Tuesday and welcome to my channel filled with all the things. I'm Dutchie, chugging through the week. 3-day weekend ish is always a nice little like perk. But I'm all over the place. I've been all over the place. I haven't touched the puzzle since the last live puzzling. So I definitely want to get back and finish this up so I can do some more projects on the decks this week. So hang out with me, vibe with me, chat with me. Please like and subscribe. Be a good human as always, and definitely of age. And chill, vibe, talk about life, things on your mind within reason, and get this day going. Been up for a little while, per usual. Wow, that was sitting right next to it. I had to like catch up on a bunch of yard work. Because things all of a sudden are just like grown. So I have to like keep up with it honestly. But the people take like debris and stuff on Mondays. So like the weekends I really try to get stuff out there before Monday. If I don't do any during the week. I like clean up my garden, a little flower section. Which is like very exciting. It's like coming together. It doesn't just look like a crazy little corner. I got things going in my garden, counting my blessings, and genuinely walking through thoughts with Jesus. I was like revisiting the Last Supper, and there were things that I don't remember. So that was interesting to fresh, like think about it in the brain. Like, oh, what did I understand differently then than what is happening now, or what it really was? Like, I actually thought this was a woman. No, it's not. Anyways, thoughts with Dutchie. I shall mention that I haven't had much coffee. I've been kind of like taking back on coffee. I wanted to cold turkey it, but I have definitely slowed down my intake. Trying to vibe off natural energy, which I know that I have. So trying to work with that. I should probably do a poll. Yes, yes. Let me set up a poll. Let me set it up. I tried to set up the poll, but they like redid the poll, which is cool. There's like you can make it smaller on your video and change the colors, but it won't let me post it. Okay. So much for that. All right. In the puzzle game, I'm almost completed this little tray of stuff. But I don't know what puzzle to do next. Probably the UFO one, but I only have one poster board left, so the next one I do does need to be glued as well. I can always get more poster board, but take it one day at a time. Sometimes I'm doing like 30 projects at once. And obviously I'm raising baby bears. Can't you hear them? Okay. Oh, these blues. I was thinking about going back to the table. crazy? Like the details sometimes you're like, that doesn't look like that. And then it is that. And you're like, oh. Howdy. Happy Tuesday. Working on some hardcore toes. morning, Rody. How are you? How was your Labor Day weekend? Oh, oh no. That's the worst. And you walk away feeling a little bit lighter. Do you play cards or slots? That's the worst. You gotta know when to get out. Craps. Is that cards? Or is that like dice? Yeah, I love and hate the casino. It's great when you're winning. But who wants to lose anything? Nobody. And I feel like whenever you think it's like going well, you should leave. It really is testing the luck. That's everything to do with that. Oh, dice. Yeah, quite literally. You win some, you lose some. As long as you had fun, you know. I mean, no one wants to lose lose money, but sometimes I can just be like in good spirits and just having fun. I've seen some serious people at the casino. I remember one time there was a guy at this table, and he was friends with the person dealing, the dealer, and she was like, you need to leave and go get lunch. And he's like, I'm not leaving until I get my money back. And I'm like, oh man. It's like crazy how extreme it can be for some people. But everyone has their own poisons, right? Do you only play dice at the casino? So that's your jam. Dice. I've actually never played dice. When I go to the casino, I don't play cards either. I just do slot machines. When I was younger, I was really, really good at cards. And my dad had a gambling problem, so like I kind of like stayed away from learning like poker or any of that because I was like I could see how dangerous that could get. And I had some friends that were like really like extreme with poker. And I've seen them lose a lot of money. I've seen them make quite a bit of money, but I've seen them lose quite a bit of money too. And you just really have to like, I don't know, expect to lose and be happy if you win. But if you're just like gambling away all your money, then we may have a big problem. You know, so it's insane how like people come up gambling and then people really like go crazy. I've done really well in slots though, believe it or not. But I just like know like when to walk away. I'm just like, okay. It's an energy, you start to feel it, you're like, alright, this isn't going anywhere. Maybe I should skedaddle. And they make so much money, they hope that you're drinking while you're doing it too. It's a good gimmick. On the table's full. Yeah, I enjoy some good slot machines. Like a grandma. Well, I hope next time you go to this casino is better. Do you go often? on Discord? Does everyone have their own deck of cards, or is it like a game option on there? I'm like, how do we trust everyone's playing fairly? It must be like an part of the app or something. I don't use Discord. I've used it a couple times to communicate with a couple people, but I don't actively have it on my phone. I re-download it if needed. That sounds fun. Who's winning the most? Okay, so it's like a game that you can play on Discord. I'm like so old school sometimes. I'm just like, It's like Pogo, but not. Everyone can go on there and play. That's cool. You stealing people's lunch money over there? That's funny. Does the winner switch up, or so I'm assuming there's like multiple games you can play. Nobody's playing Uno yet. That's funny. I didn't know that. I thought it was just like communication. I don't live under a rock, but I try to only do like so much technology. I feel like there's so much out there, but I try to stay current. When I'm all over the place, like a little butterfly. Here, there, everywhere. Yeah, I'm not actively on Discord because I feel like it would be another thing I would keep up with. But maybe I'll have to come check out a game or two sometime. Take everyone's lunch money. I'm just kidding. I've never played poker, so I don't know how to play poker. And I don't know if I'm willing to learn for a few reasons. But I may be down for some other games. When I was a kid, I think I told Tiffany this for talking about games. When I was a kid, I was really good at Rummy. But I don't even remember how to play Rummy anymore. War, all those like card games that you essentially played. Before all the technology came along, everyone knew card games at least, for the most part. Like, yeah. I only live under a rock, like, Monday through, like, Wednesday, sometimes Thursday. Just kidding. My brain is, like, not equipped for this yet. I dropped a piece on the floor. That could be dangerous. Like trying to get like in a jive of like a section, but then I'm putting other pieces that go here, there. Yeah, thanks for checking in. Later, Gator. Hope you have a good day. I hope next time you go to the casino, you win your money back 10 times. Tenfolds. Thanks for stopping in. Maybe I'll be down with the puzzle next time you come. High hopes. Corner. together, but is definitely keeping me on my toes. Literally. y'all? How are you? How's everything? Any possessed toys? What up? How's everything been going? I'm on the hunt for toes. That's good. It's going. I'm not complaining. But, it's a going. Here and over there. Everywhere. What have you guys been up to? Besides obviously making content. Okay, Jesus' toes are together. Can't get past that. It looks like little wine glasses or little whiskey glasses. They were getting crunk at the Last Supper. And I still can't get over that this is not a woman. I thought this was a freaking woman. It's wild. A car channel. Well, that sounds interesting with the Porsche. That's cool. What are you guys gonna do on there? Educate people? Do car stuff, obviously. Yeah, like some oil changes, some detailing, mechanical repairs. There's definitely car people out there. I've thought about it too, like I have some things here and there. Make sure Lizzie's the face of it, okay? No offense to women sell stuff better. That's fun, switch it up. Still do some gaming on the side and then try another channel and see if it works. Trying to make more money or just bored? That sounds like a good idea. Educate the peeps, fix them up, like a side project. Yeah, I know. I mean, like everyone always needs a car, right? And then it's like they'll see like their car and be like, that was my car. I bought this car. You recruit some of your people from this channel, and then start building up some like clientele essentially. Do you guys like to work on cars? You should go like check out junkyards and stuff, because you can actually find some really like good stuff in the junkyard. It's like thrifting essentially. Or auctions. You could always buy cars off the auctions too if you haven't already looked into that. One man's trash is another man's treasure. You could do like Pimp My Ride. You remember that show? And no, don't tell me you're too old for that, or too young for that. Pimp My Ride. Oh my gosh, I actually like sent a letter in to them, trying to get my car pimped, you know. Maybe I drafted it. I don't remember if I actually sent it. I don't remember. That was a long time ago. I was like, please pimp my ride. I don't know if I actually ever sent that in. I remember writing it. I don't know if I ever actually sent it. Pimp your Hondas. The craziest stuff. I don't know what I was thinking they were gonna pimp my ride, but you're like, pimp the Hondas. When I used to go to like street meetups and stuff like that, I would always laugh at the Hondas because some of them are so awful, but you could always hear them miles away, and it cracks me up because they just seem like they're going to like maybe go somewhere really, really fast. And not all Hondas, but it's just the exhaust is so loud, it's so dramatic, and they're going like nowhere fast at all. Watching Hondas race were pretty funny. Or like I would see a lot of Hondas try to race cars that were just like nowhere in their race bracket, like at all. I used to love going to car meetups and stuff. It was so much fun. A little crazy at times because I think it's like an ego too. Well, good luck, you guys. I'm sure it'll go well. Don't sell your dreams short. Do whatever your heart desires. And there's so many things you could dip out there in. Trying to like make money and flipping and making more money. And people always need cars. I don't think that's ever going to change. And have that knowledge. I mean, it's like endless videos of like, how do you fix this? Fix it like this and like that. Sell reliable car, get reliable clientele, and people need work done, they'll come back and visit. Quite literally, you're just like, I cannot. They're like, they're like struggling. I was dying. I actually seen a Mustang the other day that was like that. Oh my gosh, so dramatic. The exhaust was just like too dramatic on it. And he went like nowhere fast at all. But was trying to be like a bag of dicks on the road. And I'm like, you're ridiculous. That's why your car is like going nowhere. And honestly, it kills me too because it's like people drive some cars, but Hondas as well. But some people will drive them to like the level that they should probably never drive at, and then they wonder why they have issues. Well, lucky for you, if you're like trying to build clientele, then they'll come back and get you to fix it. And a lot of car stuff is like brainless work. Like a cylinder fits in a cylinder. Like, I mean, a lot of it is like coding as well, and there's so many easier like mechanical ways to like figure out what's wrong with your car than jumping straight to a dealership or trusting a dealership. But a lot of people just don't know how to work on cars. I'm not a mechanic by far, but I definitely can see where like people don't want like much to do with it, and then they leave it to the other people. But some of it's like literally brainless work, and the mechanics are making so much money off of that. It's crazy. Growing up having like a sports car, I learned real fast that mechanics will try to get over on you, especially A, being a woman, 2, sports car, and 3, they just think like, oh yeah, you just like will pay anything to get this car back, and you'll be sold like shit on a stick essentially. Like the funniest one for me is like, what is it? Windshield wiper or blinker fluid. I'm like, I cannot. Oh, they lie so much. I had a thing a few years ago with Hyundai. They tried to get me, but I already had like been ahead of it. Always listen to your intuition. But they tried to get ahead of me, or I was ahead of it, but they tried to get several over on me, and the guy was lying so hard through his teeth. But I'm such a little like, I'm a brat when I know that you're lying to me. I'm going to like drill you for it, like absolutely, and I'm going to make your head spin on what you thought I didn't know. And the guy was just lying so bad, like he was telling me issues that were not the issue, and I'm like, wow. So I drive off the lot, the same issue occurs because that's not the problem. You're gonna tell me I'm SOL, and still will turn the car back around if I can even get it there to have to pay more. You're ridiculous. But I went above and beyond. Ended up having like what it's called, like a field service engineer go out there and pretty much like secret shop that place as well. Oh, it was a whole thing. Like, they're lucky they're still in business. I don't even know how. I don't see them lasting much longer though, like for sure. If that's how they're doing business, that's not gonna last for them. But I reported them to like everything possible. It was awful. It was so awful. I could not even believe like the measurement of lies. And they thought like, I don't know, I guess they thought I was like that obsessed with the car that I would pay like trillions of dollars. Like, why wouldn't I just get another car? It just doesn't make sense for me. But I was almost done paying it off at the time, so I was like really upset that the car wasn't even drivable, and now like I still had some money left, and you're gonna tell me I'm gonna keep paying for a car that doesn't even run? you're telling me the repairs are worth more than what the car is even worth now. So just wild. You drive off the lot, honestly, and the car depreciates within seconds. And it was my fault for buying a Hyundai. I was going through like a car crisis, and I was like, I had been shopping for cars for days, and I was just like, I'm just gonna do this. And it was great the first couple years, and then it wasn't. But you know, within my first 7 days of owning the car, I knew something was wrong, and I called back and I tried to make them get the car back, and they pretty much told me to kick rocks. So when all this stuff happened too, that was like all documented as well. Like, oh man, they'll get you. And it's crazy, all these people too that will go buy these new used cars and they drive off the lot and the car has so many issues and they just reset like the OBD reader. Like they just reset the car to make all the lights go away or the issues go away for a second and then it comes back on. Or they put in like really cheap parts. And it kills me for like, you know, these multi like really millionaire companies scamming people. When all that stuff was happening in my car, they tried to literally get me into another car. I'm like, you couldn't even pay me to get another car from you. What? In limp mode? Yeah, that could be several things too. And it's a code. I was like educated on the code as well. Oh my gosh. My letters, I had to spend months writing letters. It was insane. And yeah, anything with like a bigger logo to you're immediately paying XYZ to even get into the door. And then they lie to you. It's insane. Like if you know some mechanical work, obviously you could try to do some of these things to itself for itself. Mine, they literally sent out papers about rod bearings. They put in cheap rod bearings. The rod bearings spun, blew my engine. It was like a whole thing. But if you know a little bit of a little bit, you know, you can buy some of the parts and then do it yourself. But now they're getting like more like trying to make you have like certain tools, or they'll put like certain mechanical keys in there. Like there's certain things that like they don't want you to like be able to do these things yourself. And if you're talking about EV cars, like good luck. Like you're never gonna be able to fix really those things yourself. Maybe little like interior stuff, maybe. Yeah, like you end up taking it somewhere and it gets more jacked up than what it was. They put nails in my tires because they hated me. Literally put nails in my tires. It was insane. Insane. The place needs to be shut down. And if I have to like drive by, I'm like always like flicking them off and like saying beautiful things, you know? Yeah, EV is so gross to me, like so gross in like all the ways. I'm like, you guys are just like part of like a gimmick. I don't know. It's not smart. It's not smart. And those cars, things go wrong and it's just crazy. Like my neighbor ended up getting an EV and they had like an old Toyota Camry and I wish that I would have been like offering them like XYZ, a couple thousand for it because that's what the dealership gave them. And then now you're in like EV debt for life. And it's crazy too because I end up seeing like a lot of like Teslas at like the Dollar Tree and I'm like, so you're at the Dollar Tree but you drive a Tesla. Like, and hey, I'll probably be always at the Dollar Tree but I will never drive a Tesla. I don't care how much money I have. Like, not happening. There's so many ways to like find a really really good car too, like, and it not be an arm and a leg, your unborn children, like all the things, you know. So it's just wild. But it's kind of like smartphones, like keeping you on the hamster wheel of like being part of the group and crowd and the popularity. I'm like, I can see EVs with the gas stuff, and I'm all about, you know, like less gas in the world and everything. But I'm not a supporter really of Elon Musk, and definitely not like a Tesla supporter by far. And those things have been falling apart too. It's crazy. And then people are paying all this money and it's wild. I I don't know. I remember asking my neighbor though, like, oh, was anything wrong with like the Camry? And they were like, no, it was just time. It was just time. And I'm like, I would have rode that thing until the wheels fall off, like entirely, and then probably put some more wheels on it. Oh, BRB. But if you know a little bit of something on something, you usually don't like hit you that hard. But a good portion of the time, they're still like messing with your car and hoping that you come back to get these repairs done that they did to your car. Essentially, so sad. People are getting duped so much. It's almost best to buy an older car and repair those things, or keep something that you have and keep repairing it. Now, if it's a one-off car and stuff, like that can be a little bit harder. But at the same time, like I think that like you can find like engines that fit into different engine bays. You can replace motors. Like there's a lot of stuff that they don't like. They're not going to educate you on, and they'll give you like $1,000 for a car that you've been paying thousands of dollars for, paid a bunch of money for. Like I finally had gotten my car paid off, and I was like, never again will I buy like a car out of any lot. None of that. Like you're just better off like shopping another way. You know, I know a couple people that do like car flipping and stuff like that, and they make pretty good money. I mean, if you know like basic repairs and stuff like that, and you have the time or you have the space, like you can make some pretty good money. And if you're being honest, which you should always be, of course, it's good karma, and then people will come back to you like because they trust you. You know, you go around screwing people. I just don't understand like how the business is gonna last forever. And some people are just like, yeah, we'll just keep it coming in, screwing people over, but not good business. Quite literally. Quite literally. And then you're paying like so much money for these things. It's insane. I have so much like anxiety at times. I couldn't even imagine like making sure I charged the car to be able to drive it, and if I didn't, I would be like, what, screwed somewhere? I think it's a little bit different now, obviously, than when it first came out, because there are charging places pretty much like in good areas everywhere. But at the same time, I'm just like, I couldn't even imagine. I don't think it's worth worth that money. And a good portion of America is not rich. Like, there's people that make good money and stuff, but like, I think you should be. I think there's wiser ways to spend your money and like maybe make more money. And if you're not making that much money and you buy a 50,000 plus car, plus, and you don't have a home or you're still renting or like I don't know, like you're not making bukus of money, you're going to be paying that car off for like ever. And nowadays, interest rates are like, I can't even imagine like now, like interest rates for another car. I just, no thanks, no thanks. Gives me anxiety. And then by the time you're done, this is what kills me too, is by the time people are like almost paid off, and not always, some people like get like nowhere near paid off and they'll go get another car. But it's like what kills me is when people are so close to paying it off and they're just like, oh, I need something newer now. And I'm just like, maybe something's not even wrong with the car. And now you need something newer and you're going to be like in debt forever. And then you throw on buying a house or not, or credit cards or whatever else finances that you have. And you're paying for like essentially a hunker that's falling apart, like going down the street. It's wild. I think people want to look rich so bad that that's why they buy like XYZ cars. Like even Mercedes too. A lot of people will go buy like the lower class Mercedes and feel, oh, that was cool. Feel like they're like loaded and rich and stuff. But then, like you were saying, like even you go in there to try to fix a couple, like maybe not even crazy things, and you're spending at least $1,000. I remember I had a friend that got a brand new Mercedes off the lot. And the car, I think she drove it like never. Like she was always having loaners and stuff. The car had so many issues, and she was like in a whole battle essentially with Mercedes over it. And she should have just kept her old car. She just wanted something newer, and newer does not mean you're not going to have issues. And it was a newer car. It didn't have that many miles on it, but they knew what they were doing. Like, they could have, changed it at any point and said, okay, we're gonna get you another car. This is just like, there's a lot of stuff going on in it or whatever. I don't know why she didn't want to budge. I guess maybe she was obsessed with the car, but I would have been riding it out too. You're paying like all this interest. She paid a lot of cash up front too, but they don't care. They really don't. They're like, next, you want something else? It's crazy. It is crazy. I do feel for the people that get weaseled. And a lot of car stuff feels like it's like mind rotting. So most of the time people don't want to deal with it. And once again, people always need a car. So mechanics like prey off of that urgency. They're like, yeah. They need their car back. They're going to pay whatever we tell them. It's pretty sad. Like, good luck, you guys. That could be a really good hobby, side hustle, maybe turn into a big hustle, Oh, like way in here, over here. Yeah, it's like keeping up with a gimmick. Like, it's like wild. It's like keeping up with the Jones, essentially. I remember they gave me a loaner like truck when my car went in for the engine replacement, and my neighbor. Oh my god, I was like, I know, just in like a matter of seconds of having this car in the driveway, that someone's gonna ask me about it. And it's like keeping up with the Jones over here. It's so annoying. Like, I'm pretty sure it's 1, 2, 3, 4. So even in like my cul-de-sac, 4 of them have the same car. Like you couldn't get like your own, like you couldn't be your own person, and it was like the whole back-to-back thing. But I remember the neighbor stopped by like, "Oh wow, you got a new truck." Oh my god, several of them said something to me. It was wild. They're like, "Oh wow, you got a new truck. Those are expensive." And it's like, okay, well, if I did get a new truck, it would be my prerogative, not yours. Like, stop trying to look into my bank account, essentially. And I remember right after that, that's when the other one got their Tesla. And I was dying. She was like, yeah, it was just time to get a new car. I'm like, well, what was wrong with the other one? Nothing. It was just time. I'm like, yeah, you're going to be saying, I wish I kept that if something goes wrong with the Tesla. And I don't understand. The Tesla blinks too. Like, I thought, like, it, the lights blink on it. I don't know. I think something's wrong with it, to be honest. Like, I'm like, what is happening with the car? Or maybe it's not charging right or something. But they want to get a new one every single year, and it's wild to me. Like, the way that people want to keep up with each other. That was the point of my story. People really want to be in the same like bracket. When I had the truck, when the car was getting an engine replacement, literally my other neighbor over here, literally right next to me, was like, "Oh yeah, like you got a new car," and then started like bitching at me about the tree in the front yard. And I'm like, this is crazy. So then people like, you have newer things, and then people are jealous of you, or they expect more from you, or whatever. And this wasn't my truck. Like, it was a loaner, you know? But it did paint a perspective for me as well. Like, I much rather people think that I don't have, like, all the money and just not, not sit there and be full of jealousy and all that. And I'm definitely not jealous of people that are driving EVs, because they're going to have more of a problem than ever with them. And most of these people cannot do basic mechanic stuff, so you're definitely not going to be able to do something with an EV, so good luck. It's sad. But, I mean, they're making money out there. They think that they're helping the environment with no gas and stuff, but it's crazy. I think they make it seem like, well, you'll be saving all this money. I'm sure that's part of their gimmick when you're like buying from Tesla. Well, you'll save all this money by not using gas and XYZ. And then ultimately, you're paying all that money just to drive this thing around. Like, what are you talking about? And then you have to get the stuff installed, like the charger and everything, so that's money as well. I don't know. I don't see it being worth it. And I'm glad that they didn't like sign like anything into law about us having to have EVs, because that's insane. I'm like, are y'all gonna give us all an EV? And even then I wouldn't trust it, but it's just like wild. Everyone wants to just like be rich. I don't know. Hey, don't we all? I mean, obviously we all want a bunch of money, but at the same time, I think it's like a sole purpose thing, and a lot of people that have a bunch of money are just like big assholes, you know? Pretty sad. I definitely don't see why like there's not more giving back from like these people that are financially like well off. But everyone has a like EV now. It's not even like Tesla. It's like everyone. It's insane. I seen Hyundai has. I think it's Hyundai. Hyundai has a newer car and it looks like a ratchet version of a Porsche. And I'm dead. I'm like, you're just literally trying to knock off a Porsche, and it's up there. So why wouldn't you just buy like a cheaper Porsche, you know? I mean, if you're already spending that money, and I will never buy a Hyundai again. Love my car, will take care of her. She didn't choose to be a Hyundai, but it kills me. This car's like, I don't know, like 50, 60. I have to look at the price. I forget the name of it. But it looks like a squished little Porsche. But it's like almost close to the same amount as the low end Porsches. So why wouldn't you just spend a little extra money and have a Porsche if you want to look like you have a Porsche? Wow. Oh, hold on. Let me read. Yeah, it's like minions of each other. I cannot. I cannot. That's hilarious. I'm actually not shocked at all. I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. That's ego at its finest. Oops. I just like listed something. I'm like, what the heck was that? I'll have to check that later. Maybe highlight it, but it said it removed it. I was like, what? That's such ego at its finest. Like, yeah, look what I have. And I'm like, okay, like, cool. Definitely a clown. I feel like that's like when guys have big trucks. Most of the time, they are overcompensating for something else. It's such ego. It kills me. That's another thing too, though. Even when people don't buy EVs, like they literally will go buy a car that costs so much in gas, you barely can make the payments. And I'm not talking about everyone, of course, but a good portion of the economy is like this. You could barely make the payments, and then maybe you're paying for a house, maybe you're paying your car insurance, all these other bills. And nowadays, everyone has like 90 subscriptions to like things they don't use. So you're paying all these things, but then you don't even have like gas money to like drive your car around, you know? It's wild to me. So I'm like, okay, well, that sounds like that was a logical decision. And jealousy rises. I mean, like, dude could have went and got like a Porsche if he wanted to. He was obviously jealous because I remember you guys said that you have a classic. So obviously was jealous. Ego's hilarious. Instead of like trying to be like your friend or maybe be like, wow, love your car. Instead it's like, oh yeah, check me out, it's better. I definitely experienced that. You have to kind of like think too, like, wow, these people really must be on one, you know, like they really are trying to be like better than everyone else. Why is that? And at the end of the day, you have to think like those people must cry themselves to sleep at night too. Or maybe not. Maybe they're just that full of like ego that they're just like, yeah, I'm gonna tell them how it is. And it's like, okay. Does that even make you feel better? Like trying to show off to your neighbor? Wild to me. Everyone wants to be like better than everyone else. It's so sad too. And like having an EV, having whatever car does not make you a better person. And I look around though, you know, a lot of these people fake flex. Like they'll have these cars or flex XYZ, but oh, my palm's itching. But it's still different when you're like paying all these things off or like barely surviving paying all these things off too and never actually owning something, because then it's like fake money. Like that's why like the economy is the way that it is, and a lot of people are in debt because they're trying to like keep up with the Jones all the time. I'm like, I can't handle it. It's too much for me. Like I don't even want to keep up anymore. I think when I was younger, like I definitely felt a little different, but I've always been very like humble about things, you know. I didn't come from a rich family by far, and oh, but I try to like be humble about things. Like I think that it is important to just like treat everyone with like niceness and like not think you're better than someone because of what you're driving by far. And ego is just crazy. But you know, there was a guy that was in my neighborhood too that has a Ferrari, or did. They moved. But that guy was always trying to flex, and he ended up getting robbed by the guy that was breaking into everyone's home and was posted on the neighborhood app. And my neighbor told me about it, and I was like, uh, I'm speechless. I'm like, actually, I'm not. Like, you're sitting there like dragging this thing down the street trying to show off, and you got this like this loser dude robbing everyone. But they don't live here anymore. They ended up moving. Surprise, surprise. Sprinkle the ego away. I think I told you guys about it before. There was when I worked at a coffee shop. There there was a guy that came in. He was a therapist, but he drove a Porsche, a 911, and he ended up trading it in. I forget what he traded it in for, but I seen him a few years ago, and we talked cars for a little while, and he was like, yeah, I traded it in and I regret it. I wish I would have kept it. And he would go take the cars on like pretty much like racetracks and test their speeds and XYZ, like try to beat like records and stuff. And it was so wild because if you just like met this guy like off the street or just like in random conversation, you weren't talking about cars when you met him or didn't see him hop out of his car, you would never guess that he's like speed for need for speed. Oh, it's insane. And he's a therapist, so I'm like, oh wow, yeah, you're probably like, that's how you let out your aggression on the streets. I thought it was interesting. I forget what he traded it in for. And to top it off, like a lot of people that get the like fancy sports cars or like Need for Speed cars, they can barely drive a normal car. So then you go and literally trash this car that you won't have paid off for a while unless you are rich. And it's insane. It's like, why'd you even buy it? I get having fun. I get that. So like pissing away your money. I don't really know if I get that one. That is the easiest way to get your shit stolen. Literally. I don't show off either. We have another sports car here, and I don't show off. Like, there's just there's no need for that. Like, truly. I definitely I don't think people think about that either. Clearly. I remember when I was in high school though, this kid that was like hanging out with a bunch of other kids I hung out with, and he got oh, excuse me, he got his car stolen. And I'll never forget, like that kid that like really stuck with me. Like I've said before, but I like learned from other people's experiences. But he was bragging about that car, and he was like one of like no kids in that group. There may have been like a couple others, but most of them drove like their parents' cars and didn't have a car yet. And I'll never forget, like they literally took that kid's car, took it to some woods somewhere, and destroyed it. Like took all the parts off, like pretty much stripped the whole car. And I remember he was like came back like crying. Like I was like, wow. And it just always like stuck with me. That he was so foolish too though. He was like literally bragging about having this car, and it was a sports car. I don't remember what it was. Nothing crazy though. I feel like it was a Honda. I don't remember what it was though. I just was like, wow. I'm not shocked. Are you shocked, dude? You literally were like bragging. We're all kids that are like, I don't say middle class, but we're all kids of like, our parents aren't buying us cars, like, and you get a car and you're bragging about it though, but like not in like a humble way. And kids are so full of jealousy, like especially in like high school time. Got a jet. Holy smokes. Good call, you guys. Stay humble. That's the way to do life, you know. Sounds cliche, but a lot of people don't do it. You get jacked up. Obviously, like everyone works hard for their stuff. There's obviously people that are handed things entirely and stuff, but a good portion of society works hard for their things. So, and even if like you're loaded or whatever, no one deserves to get their stuff stolen. Someone out there doing some malicious shiz. Yeah, like I don't think I would ever want to leave a motorcycle outside for those exact reasons. I remember you guys were saying before that people were taking pictures with the Porsche. And people are just so jealous. It's like, you just never know. You scratch it, do XYZ. I remember my old roommate, like, almost 10 years ago. Her boyfriend was, like, cheating on her. And she went, like, out of town. And I remember like I was like hanging out at home, and I like came out of my room like right when he was like coming in with another girl, and I was like, oh, there's no way. And I was like on an adventure, so I was like, this is real. Like, there's no way he just like had the audacity to do that. Well, I had a dream that someone keyed my car, and I remember I went out with like a girlfriend like the next day, and she came over and we were like hanging out. We were doing tarot cards too. It was so weird. It was so weird how it transpired. But it was like almost like 2 a.m. We were like, well, maybe we should like go like get some more wine or something before we're cut off, essentially. And she's like, I'll drive. And we got in her car, and she backs out like all crazy slow and stuff, but she shines her light on my car. The universe, I swear, does things in magical ways to show you or like prove things. But I look at my car and it was keyed entirely. It was so bad. I like called the guy out too because I was like, "You're a POS, like literally, like trying to like shut me up essentially." So you keyed my car, and there's no way that it was anybody else like at that time. And honestly, I try to be good to people. You know, I think like what you put out is what you get. It was wild. Oh. Yeah, I don't like leaving anything outside. And people think automatically like, "Oh yeah, you have money. Oh, I'm just gonna like you'll be fine, you can buy something else, XYZ." Oh, so funny. Speaking of, like, I seen somebody outside just now, and I was like, "Who the heck is that?" But it looks like my neighbor got a new car. It's probably a loaner. Um, that was another thing. One of these nosy neighbors that lived in my circle, like, has talked to me about this neighbor that got a new car, has a loaner, but it's the same color as the car sitting outside. I'm just like, I cannot with y'all. I'm trying to always copy somebody, but I I remember the other nosy neighbors like, yeah, he was like talking trash about this guy. It was like, yeah, I don't know what he did with his car. I told him that the repairs were so expensive that he it's going to be a lot for him to maintain. And I'm like, well, how do you not know it's not a loaner, you know? And I'm like, it's not my business. I don't care. Like, you're trying to gossip to me about something that really is not my business at all. I don't give two F's. Like, and he's just trying to like make bad conversation essentially. And you know, in this conversation, I'm like, well, God knows what you say about me, you know. But he was like, he's like, yeah, he probably can't afford it. And I'm like, how do you know what's in his bank account, you know? But anyways, he had this loaner for like 2 weeks, and he ends up getting his car back because his car he bought a newer used car that had issues already, and now they're just milking him even more, and he has payments. And it was wild because I remember the neighbor, and this is one that lives right next to me. He was like telling me, "Oh, I finally paid off my old car. I'm so happy," and then got this car, and I'm like, "You make no sense." Like, he bought another home in like Morocco as well, but he doesn't even take care of the one next door. And I'm just like, your logic doesn't make any sense, like, at all. But I couldn't believe the neighbor saying that. He was just like, yeah, he probably can't afford the payments. But then he came back with his car, and I was like, wow, I bet he feels really stupid telling me that. Probably not. The guy is like trash, like talking shit, but anyways. Let's see, I just seen him on camera a second ago. It looked like he was taking photos of the car. Oh, like, I could not. That'll make no sense for me. like, speaking of, like, literally, like, rolls up in a new car. It's probably a loner, though. He has, like, what is it, a Discovery? Yeah, like they're ridiculous. They're so ridiculous. But this is also one of the four that has the same cars because they all copy each other. And I'm like, y'all make no sense. Like I don't ever want to be like anyone else that bad. This morning I seen him though, coming back from the store. I saw him over here by the lake, and I have to like drive by the lake to like go back to my house. And he literally was just like staring at the car to get a wave. And I'm like, that's cool, I'm not giving you one. This is the same one that ran up on me at the lake with his dog that he knows is aggressive, but like was trying to start a dog fight. I still don't know what he was trying to accomplish there. But he's like staring at the car to get a wave. I'm like, I'm not giving you what you want. But the other one across the street, like, she's around my age, and like she tried to say something to me. She's like best friends with this guy. It's just like wild. But she tried to say something to me like, oh, they're just older, and I understand how to like deal with older people. And I'm like, I know how to deal with people too, but just because you're older doesn't mean that you're like given respect. Like, that doesn't work for me. And just because you're older doesn't mean you're wiser. And they've just said some passive aggressive things to me, like, wow, like, you must not do anything. Like, and I'm just like, wow, like, are you really in my business? Are you paying my bills? I'm just curious. While you guys are all in car debt for the end of your days, how about you just stay in your lane while you're at it? It's wild. Just nosy nosies. I was like walking my dog a couple weeks ago, and he was trespassing through this other neighbor's yard at the end of the circle. And it's trespassing because it's not a walk path, like it's not a path or anything. You're literally trespassing off, whatever. But he comes out, and I didn't see him. I didn't bring my phone, like, and I literally am about to lock my door to my house. And I turn around, he's standing there, like, watching me. And I'm like, were you looking at my house? I'm so lost. And he's, like, pointing. Like, and there's another lady in the neighborhood that does that. Like, her dogs are really aggressive. But she at least approaches the situation. Like, she knows, like, her dogs are aggressive. So, like, she'll still try to, like, communicate with surrounding beings, like, what way she's going to go. So he pretty much took, like, a page out of her book and was, like, doing that. He was like literally like pointing that he was going that way, which is also the direction to my backyard. And I look at him like, my dog lost it because my dog remembers that dog tried to attack us, and it was like this whole thing. And I was like, you know, trying to tell my dog to leave it. And he comes back though. And I ended up running back to the front camera because I was like, how long was he there? Like, was he just standing there? Was he looking inside my house? Like I ran back the camera, and he was already standing there. And I was like, oh my God. Like, I'm not even shocked because that's the way it is around here. But like, at the same time, he was like trying to tell me, I'm going this way, you go that way. And I'm like, no. At night, I go this way because I switch it up. And I also don't like seeing like some of the stuff that happens later in the day over on the other side because it gets a little buck wild over there. And it just depends. It depends on how I feel. But most of the time I go this way, and he knows that. And he's like, stops and comes back like, oh, she didn't see me. And he starts pointing again. But then he goes, and his dog drags him. I was dying. The dog like drags him because the dog thinks we're meeting up. And I try to outsmart it, like, and met the dog because I was like, let me meet the dog so that way you're an idiot and don't know how to take care of your dog. At least your dog will remember me. It's just so dumb. But literally fucking runs to the back, And I'm like, I don't understand. Like, you're telling me that I can't go to my back, that, like, you're older and wiser, right? And I need to let you go back to my backyard. You're trespassing someone else's property to go somewhere that you don't live nor supposed to be walking to. Like, I don't know. It's just wild to me. I'm like, we all know Dutchy will complain about the neighbors. And I live for the day that I don't care about them ever again. But it is pretty annoying. Like, I do feel like I'm on Front Street most of the time, and everyone's trying to compete with one another, and it's an energy. Like, it's weird. So I try to really stay in my lane, and it bothers a couple of them because they just think that I owe them, like, a friendship or something. I'm like, let me tell you something. If you start acting like I owe you anything when I don't owe you anything at all, you're not getting anything from me. Ta-da! Yeah. Thanks, y'all. And listen to me complain about jackasses, you know? I'm like, thank you so much. You know, in the morning, I've been getting better views on the lives. So I've been trying to ride that clock. This morning I didn't live. I had a lot of different things to do in the morning, but I'm like talking about early lives. But I've been doing better on the earlier lives. And trying to ride that wave. I really hope that I can get into the program sooner than later. So what are you guys gonna do with I'm like, let me stop complaining about my neighbors. I'll be here until the end of time. What are you guys gonna do? You're gonna start a whole new page. Why don't you try to mesh it with this one? Since you already have like some definite solid ground. You have your subscribers, and you can just keep building off of it. I know some people like to stay in like niches and like want to stick to like one thing. But does it hurt to like try to post here too, or post on this channel too that you're on now? Because that's what I've done. I'm like, I'm not doing all trillion channels. It's like it's so overwhelming, and then you feel like you're pouring here and there and everywhere. But I can understand like not getting bored, but wanting to see what else is out there to offer. So that's why I like literally post whatever I feel like. I'm like, you know what? Maybe I find like my individuals doing it that way. Some people be like, what the heck is this chick's problem? Why is she doing all these things? But as humans, I mean, we all have different, like, I mean, there are some, like, groups that are like, okay, maybe I only like this. But for the most part, every human has different, like, tricks and trades and things that they enjoy. And there's usually more than just one outlet. So it's like if you can gather like a bunch of people, like you never know. Maybe you find like some car guru people, but they also love games. And then you don't have to be like, here, go to this channel too, you know? I mean, you can. Do whatever your heart desires, y'all. But you'd be able to build off. Because I know it's like a number game with YouTube, you know? People see like a few people in here, maybe they're like, oh, I'm leaving, this chat's dead. But if they sometimes see you have more subscribers, they think you're doing something right, or XYZ. So maybe you could like keep building off this one. I'm dead. You don't think they'll take the car stuff? Maybe not, but you know, at the same time, I think like that's not always true, because I think men, you're like, they're like 12. But I do think like boys start to become teenagers and want to start driving, and some of them become like car junkies and they love cars, and then they grow into that, you know? That could be true. That's understandable. Are you doing like videos like made for kids or not made for kids? But you think that you would lose people if you started posting about cars? because I could see that being a fear. Like, obviously, you don't want to lose like any of your hard-earned work, or like confuse people. But honestly, with this channel, like, people love the dogs, but then I have people that love the crafts. So I post a little bit of everything. There's some people that just love the animals, bird stuff too. So I'm just like, you know what? You can like have a little bit of everything. Like, I'll have conversations in here sometimes, and people are like, "Oh, wow, you like that too, or this too?" And I'm like, "Yeah, yeah." I obviously try to steer away. I'm not made for kids here, y'all. You're not of age. But I do wonder, sometimes, like, I don't think it, like, hinders me, but I do think that, obviously, YouTube is a big portion of kids. But you never know. I mean, get some, like, older teens that have mommy and daddy money that need a car. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely it's a game. It's literally kind of like gambling. You really don't know. And it comes in waves. And then you get burned out. We You're like burned out, and then like you feel like, what am I doing all this for? But yeah, I still want to make money, or still XYZ, and you keep doing it. And it definitely is, it just comes in waves. I think sometimes it's like you feel like you're doing so great, and then there's like no movement for a second. And then you're like, okay, well, do I keep riding this? Because I've seen definitely up and down, up and down. But when it comes to, like, I feel like maybe the car stuff, I feel like any type of community. But even with like the car stuff, though, you start picking up with people, they're going to start spreading the word for you as well. And I feel like there's not as much car knowledge out there. There is, but not as much car knowledge out there, because either there's gatekeepers out there, or people don't know, or don't take videos of it. They're just naturally like just doing XYZ with their car. A lot of people don't want to share the knowledge. They just want you to, like, obviously fix it. Or some people don't even care about the knowledge, they just want you to fix it. Yeah, if you build up an audience for gaming specifically, like, maybe you don't want to alter that any or change it. But do you think that you would lose like more subscribers by adding to it, though? Because you may lose like people that are hardcore gamers and they only care about gaming. Because I had wondered that, like posting other things coming to this channel, and like doing things that weren't always entirely dogs. But then, I realized that like it comes in waves. Like, I actually like don't feel like it's as much of like a job when I'm able to just be at peace, just doing whatever I want. If I want to switch it up, and then the people will stay with me, that appreciate me, will stay with me, and then we can learn new things together. Or it could be like, what does she pull out of a hat? You know what I mean? Getting subs is like definitely the hardest part. Views can be hard too, for sure. It's like a good, like, happy medium, but sometimes I just like, I'm like living, and then I'm not posting as much, and then I'll post and it won't be that crazy. A few weeks ago, I got like 35,000 views, though. And then I had another one for like 32 or 33. So that was pretty cool. So it reminded me of like, okay, like you should still be posting as well on top of lives. But we're only like one person, you know, like some of the time this stuff gets draining. Like you're like, what am I even doing? And I remind myself like sitting here doing a puzzle. Like sometimes I'll have a conversation like now. Or sometimes I'm just like, don't even worry about like your recording. Just like naturally do you. You start thinking about what everyone else likes and stuff like that. You just get lost. Oh my gosh. Well, don't think of it. I know that has to be a dramatic hit. Don't think of it as loss. Think that you're like weaving through what doesn't belong. You know, because that comes in waves for me as well. Like sometimes it's like, is that fit or no? I'm definitely nowhere near as much as you guys. But when you're losing anything, it feels like dramatic, you know? You're like, let me rewire. How do I go back in there and fix this? Like, we can't lose people. But I think, it's definitely a mind game. It can be a little tough too, because you start thinking, like, do people like us? Am I doing the right things here? Like, should I keep doing this? Should I switch it up? Honestly, I didn't think when I started doing puzzles that it would be like a hit, kind of like that it was. And it's come in waves. Like last like few weeks, I've been living like my kitchen. Like people want to see my kitchen. I'm like, sure, you know. And I'm getting more views from that. And coming back to this puzzle, or coming back to a puzzle, I've been getting less views doing puzzles. But before I was gaining more views. When I did rocks a few weeks ago, or a few months ago now, I was getting more like views doing the rocks. I was like, wow, interesting. You just don't know. I think it's about like movement. I don't know how to explain it. I try to take notes to like better my performance, I suppose, without beating yourself up, because I do think it's luck of the draw type of thing. But when subscribers fall off, I try to like tell myself that I'm making room for more, like ones that will stay. Because you can't take it personal. I feel like when we start to do that, we take away from like our natural glow about what we're doing here as creators, you know? And when you start thinking more into like how much this is all a numbers game, it can be kind of brutal to like keep wanting to climb and you're not climbing, or you're not gaining any at the point, or you quote unquote lost some. But I guarantee you the car stuff though, I can't guarantee anything, but the car stuff definitely there's a niche out there for it. So it makes sense like wanting to maybe do another page and see where it goes. But what happens if that one takes off? Do you pour back into this one still, or do you focus on that one now? And I will tell you though, a lot of kids love the car stuff too. Because I think kids are like obsessed with doing something they can't do, like driving. So I'm not saying that you should or shouldn't make a new channel. Just think it out. Think about, weigh it out, what works, what doesn't work. But you guys have poured a lot into this one too. And I know it can be draining sometimes. Period. Like editing, trying to edit, lighting, whatever you're doing, it can be like a little draining at times. Trying to figure out like a good rhythm and trying not to blame yourself if you're not like getting where you want to be, you know? Because we all obviously want to be rich off of YouTube. But learning along the way of what works for your audience. I know a lot of people stick to like one thing. I personally just get bored, so I just like know that's not going to work for me. So that's where I've ended up doing what I'm doing here. But I have some people that are like here for the dogs, and then I do have the people that are here for the crafts, and some people are here for my rants, believe it or not. I'm like, okay, so at least I can express myself. Some people like it, some people don't, they leave, whatever. But I feel like naturally me doing it that way instead of feeling like I can't like post certain things or I can't say certain things that I may like lose audience of some sort because I've stayed doing this for so long. Like I was actually surprised going back to the puzzle stuff that people wanted to see me to do a puzzle. I'm like, really? And it became like a thing. Like, okay, well, what's the next puzzle gonna be? But it's like making time for puzzles because obviously I'm not gonna want to do a puzzle every single day. But if it becomes a niche, girl, boy, I will maybe be on it. So here I am. I've got a bunch of puzzles. See where it goes. It gives time to have like good conversation, good chats, make some art stuff, essentially. Brainstorm and chill. I am like always go, 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 go. So like obviously forces me to stay still. But don't sell yourself short. Like there's so many things out there that we can like do in general when it comes to content creating. Just don't get burnt out, you know? I feel like you told me that before. It's okay, you're supposed to be chauffeured around. He's like, where do you want to go, my lady? And you're like, take me wherever I say to go. Kick your feet back. Timing is definitely key. And I think like trying to stay up to date with what's going on in the world, I suppose. You know, I was trying to do the TikTok stuff about a couple weeks ago. I don't know entirely, but a couple weeks ago, my phone went absolutely nuts. Like, nuts, insane. It was doing all these crazy codes, and like, I wasn't able to use my service either. Like, it was like cutting in and out of my service. Like, it was sending me these weird messages. Like, oh, it was awful. I ended up having to like factory reset my phone, which was a very nerve-wracking and very scary because I had to like really back everything up because I will be damned if I'm gonna lose my stuff, you know. I was freaking out, but it all started because I opened TikTok, and you know I hadn't been on TikTok in a moment, and I try to sprinkle myself in there and still like post things here and there, and I hadn't posted in a second. I was like, well, let me go back in there. I literally opened it and it was just like taking forever to open. And I was like, what's going on? And I tried to like shut it down like you do and stuff. And oh my gosh, it just went crazier. I was able to like shut my phone off. But then when I came back, it reopened TikTok. I'm pretty sure I got hacked. I feel like I got hacked through TikTok. Or it had a virus on the app itself. Like there's options that you can go in and you can like detect like what app is probably causing the issue. Yeah, it was TikTok. I got rid of it like, and I haven't got it back since I like set everything on my phone. So I have scratched TikTok off. I was like, well, maybe I just shouldn't be like pouring in all these places. Because TikTok would come in waves too. I do miss it a little bit sometimes the last few couple of weeks. It's been a few weeks now. I do miss it a little bit because there's a lot of educational stuff. And I do feel like TikTok is where it's at sometimes. But I've invested so much into YouTube. I did think that like trying to like pour into TikTok as well was just taking away from my YouTube. Man, it was so weird. It was so weird. I'm not 100% certain that's what it was, but I'm going to say about 90%. Like, nothing else was doing that to my phone. It was insane. The factory reset, oh my gosh, it was crazy too. Like, my phone, like, was running so fast. It's still running very fast, knock on wood. Because of all that. But wow, what a headache. I thought I was going to lose my shit and lose all my work and my photos, my videos. Like, it was definitely a wake-up call for me. And I was like, nope, no more TikTok. That's not going to be a thing. Like I said, it may have very well not been TikTok. But I couldn't be certain, and I'm just not going back. Like, nope, nope. That was very nerve-wracking. Felt like I was about to lose everything. It did put in perspective for me how dependent I can be on memories on a phone. It did definitely make me think about that a lot of like, wow, like we have all these things in our phone, like photos, videos, whatever, and sometimes we don't even like go back and view those things. It just becomes like a possession thing. Like I have this, so it gives me that security. But I felt like I didn't have it at one point, and I even got locked out. So it took me 2 weeks to get back into like my account and stuff. It was a whole thing. It was the whole thing. So I had like no contacts. Like, oh, it was awful. Finally got back in, got everything back, so that was good. But it painted perspective for me. Like, wow, nobody remembers anyone's number anymore. Like, what would I do if like something happened to this phone? Like, how would I like have anything anymore? You know? It's crazy those things mean so much to us, like where we're at in technology. It's not even like having a photo album like in your hand, but at the same time it is in your hand. When you're trying to create, like be a creator, so to speak, like wow, what a meltdown. To think that your stuff is just like gone. So let this be like a little like reminder that y'all should back your stuff up because you just don't know. I don't know if you guys are already actively doing that, and I was just like not doing that. But so important. So important. But I didn't have like phone service for a couple of days because of that stuff. Like that was insane. I had to like try to do several different things to see what was wrong, what was happening, and they were not budging at all. So it was like a real WTF moment. I really don't know what happened. It was wild. Yes, I'm so serious. I'm just like, yeah, yeah, yeah. When it was like not needed, and then now after that happened, I was like, yes, back everything up. I went and cleaned up a bunch of stuff. Like I was like, I don't need these things. Like, why is this here? This could go. But the backup was so surreal. Now I feel better, you know, if like something were to happen again, at least I have it backed up on the laptop, but I just, what a nightmare. And I have so much stuff, like so many videos, so many, like everything on my phone. I think we all do. I used to have a bunch of stuff on like OneDrive, but I filled that puppy up too. And if we're being honest, like I was already like outside the boat of like TikTok. Like I was barely hanging in there with the youngins. Like I was like, well, yeah, what is this? I did like some of the cool like things that I would learn, but a lot of it is so like soul sucking. Like you really can get into like doom scrolling on there. You're like one thing to another, and then it shows like algorithm like entirely like when you're on there because you'll like watch one video about one thing and then you're all of a sudden just seeing a bunch of videos about this now. So you do have to be like mindful of what you're pouring into like energy wise because then you just see more and more and more of it. Oh, there's some more toes. Bam. I don't know what you guys think about maybe asking your audience what they would think if you were to post car stuff. You put a feeler out there. We're gonna take the dogs out soon. Get some lunch. I made some beef jerky yesterday, or not yesterday. I made sun-dried tomatoes in the dehydrator. Phenomenal. But I made jerky the day before. Cooked the jerky a little too long, so it's like literally like I don't recommend. Like definitely cook jerky less amount of time in the humidifier or the dehydrator in the humidifier. Like what am I talking about? I'm in love with dehydrating stuff. I do weirdly feel like it wastes food. And then it is crazy to think when you like say dehydrate tomatoes, you eat like 4 pieces and you ate a whole tomato. And you're like, wait, what? Oh, well, damn. not a fan of Kanye, but I'm like hearing the Jesus Walks song. Like what? Getting there. Getting somewhere. shall return.